the Vakeros coming in with a 32-13-1 record out of Glendale. El Camino was 32-13. And boy, was it a wild one yesterday in a walk-off fashion. 8-7, El Camino took the game. And today, El Camino are the visitors. They're going to be batting first. And on the mound for the Glendale Vakeros is Barajas. He's 1-4 with a 4.46 record. He's a freshman, right-handed pitcher, 6'2" out of Simi Valley. Opposing him is Pineda. He's 7-2 with a 2.89 for El Camino. And boy, we're going to see what happens here. We're almost ready for first pitch. And whoever executes, if I were to predict who is going to win today, whoever executes. 5 errors yesterday by El Camino. They were fortunate to rally and win that ball game, but you can't make 5 errors in a final game. The sectionals are next week. Yesterday, Glendale committed 3 errors, so let's clean up that fielding. Let's get to the action now. First batter for hot hitting Ryan Matsukawa, hitting 327. El Camino in their powder blue tops. Glendale in their red and gold jerseys. Red hats with gold jeans. Oh, it's very hot today here at Kincaid Field. It's in the 90s. People have umbrellas, and there's a fastball in the outside corner. It's a 2-bottle sunscreen day today for sure here at Kincaid Field. It's a winner-take-all matchup today. High noon showdown, and here's the pitch by Pineda. He's fouled off count 1-2. Barajas, Simi Valley, and 1-2 pitch by Barajas. That's a slider, check swing. No count runs 2-2 to the lead outfielder Ryan Matsukawa. Matsukawa's done everything in this tournament. And here's the pitch. It's a fastball, and that's a fly ball to left field. Back, and that's the first out. Going to bring up Lucas Bonham, and he's a hot hitter, 383, third baseman for El Camino. And here's the pitch. It's taken inside for a ball. Diego Barajas, 1-4, 4.46 ERA on the year. In a tournament like this, a lot of the top pitchers have been used, but it's a winner-take-all matchup. Barajas, 6'2" right-hander. Here's the pitch. Again, taken inside. Bonham out of El Segundo High School, and there's a line drive right at the second baseman for the second out. Two quick outs for Barajas on a fly ball and a line drive. Bonham hit that one hard, but right at the second baseman. It's going to bring up Matt Hammond for El Camino. Here's a pitch by Barajas. Fastball just off the outside corner. Hammond, a big 6'4" left-handed hitter. 376 on the year. And here's the pitch. Swung on a miss. Hammond, 376, 4 homers on the year. 6'4" out of Redondo Union High School. Nicknamed Hambone. And he takes a big cut at the ball. Counts 1-1. Barajas gets his sign. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on a miss by Hammond. Barajas heading the count 1-2. One-two pitch coming up. 2 outs, top of the first, and there's a ball tapped to second base. Going to be a tough play, but the second baseman flips on over to first base to Viramontes for the third out. Let's go to the bottom of the first with no score. That's going to bring up Alex Dolan, one of the MVPs for the Vakeros lineup. He is a hot hitting left-handed hitter, and when he gets on base, he is a jackrabbit out there, hitting .384. He's a thief on the base pass, so you can't walk this guy. First pitch by Adrian Pineda is a ball outside. And boy, seeing Alex Dolan in person is just incredible because he gets on the base pass and he gets a good lead, and he has the quickest feet in college baseball I've seen this year. We have a 2-0 count, and that's not what you want to do to leadoff hitter Alex Dolan. And high and inside. And as we said, in a 3-day tournament, this is what happens when you use a lot of pitchers. Not saying Adrian Pineda isn't quality. He's 7-2, 2.89, but right now, struggling to find the strike zone. And here's the pitch. That's taken for a strike. Alex Dolan is out of Arcadia High School. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Dolan. And that's a little dribbler. First baseman fields it, and pitcher's covering, and a great 3-1 put out there. They caught the speedy Alex Dolan. Leadoff hitter's out. It's going to bring up Daniel Ruiz. Ruiz hitting .341. Ruiz on the year. He's one of the Jackrabbits also. 30 stolen bases, only been caught 3 times. That's incredible. 3 homers, 49 runs, 21 RBIs. El Camino coach and the pitcher talking from sideline here. And I think it's the we're going to help the pitcher out there with the new sleeve for the pitcher. So here we go. Ruiz, the batter, 1 out, bottom of the first. And here's the pitch, fastball, and it's a good one, right on the outside corner. Counts 0-1. And here's the pitch by Adrian Pineda. And there's a little bounding ball to the second baseman. He's going to toss on over to first base for the second out. Little 4-3 put out. Now, the first time, 2 days ago when these two teams played, boy, Glendale jumped on the Warriors. 2 in the first, 8 in the second. They never looked back in a 23-7 victory. El Camino bounced back with 2 straight victories to get them to this final game here in the Super Regionals. There's a off-speed pitch just off the corner by Pineda. Here's the pitch. Fastball just off the plate. Count goes to 2-0. Here's 2-0 pitch. And that's taken in there for a strike. 2-1. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Despite the heat, we have a pretty good turnout here from Glendale and El Camino. That's a curveball, waved on and missed. Count goes to 2-2. Jake Price, the hitter, hits a ground ball to second base, and that's a 4-3 put out. And after 1 inning, we have no score. Gil Solis leading it off for the Warriors here in the top of the second. Diego Barajas on the hill for Glendale. Pitches out of a stretch. Here's the pitch. That's a fastball. That's lined on one hop to the left fielder for a base hit leadoff single by Gil Solis. Beautiful swing there by Solis. Brings up Slater Nunez, the shortstop, hitting .333. We welcome everybody on this Mother's Day weekend. We hope everybody has a safe weekend. And here's the pitch. Squares around, pulls back, takes the ball. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Slater Nunez. Pitch is taken for a strike. Slater Nunez out of Torrance High School. And here's the pitch. And that's a line drive right up the middle. Barajas got his glove up, barely nicked the top of his glove, and now it's a base hit. We have first and second for El Camino, and they're in business. First two guys reach base. Dylan Mars, the batter. Big lefty, 6'1", 220, left-handed hitter out of Carson High School. Hitting .370, and he's got power, 8 home runs, 32 ribbies, 28 games this year. First baseman weighing in on the grass, expecting the bunt. Third baseman just on the grass. He did not square around. Took the strike. Two on, nobody out for El Camino. And there's a fastball taken high. One pitch. Fastball high. Count goes 2-1. Fastball swung on, fouled at the plate. Count goes to 2-2. We want to wish all the mothers of the players and coaches and everybody a happy Mother's Day. Have a great day tomorrow. Husbands, children, buy flowers, cards, candy. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball, and that ball's popped up, and that's going to be out of play, way off to the left. Bounces into the tennis courts. As we said, hot day, 92, 93 degrees. Could be even hotter now. 2-2 pitch to Mars, and that's fastball outside. And this Warrior lineup, first 6 hitters, all hitting over 300. Mars the DH today. Here's the pitch. It's a good pitch by Barajas and gets him swinging. That's the first out. Gio Crow coming up. 1 out, 2 runners on base. Crow hitting .225. He's the catcher, and he's a good one for the Warriors. Here's the pitch, and there goes the runners. Let's throw down to second, and they're going to get the runner at second. Runner at third. Slide safely into third. So we have 2 outs now with a runner on third. Slater Nunez did not get a great break on that ball from first base. So we have 2 outs, runner on second. Gio Crow, the batter. That's a pitch taken off the plate. Counts 1-1. Well, let's see if the Warriors can cash in with a base hit here. Get the first run home. And here's the pitch by Barajas, taken low and outside. Gio Crow played a year at Biola. Favorite player is Buster Posey. That's a good player. He's doing a great job with the Giants. And here's the pitch waved at and missed. Count goes to 2-2. Barajas trying to get out of the top of the second with no damage. Crow trying to get the first run of the ball game home. Barajas with the wind, and here's the pitch, and there's a high fly ball. Could be trouble down the left field line if it's fair, and that's going to land about 15 feet foul. The left fielder was chasing it. The third baseman was chasing it. It's a high fly ball in foul territory in no man's land. But foul ball. Count remains 2-2. We have number 2 at the plate. All 2s on the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the second.
Hey, win the battle right here, Gio.
A lot of 2s.
Line drive, kid.
We don't know which game was more exciting last evening. This El Camino comeback in the extra inning comeback in the bottom of the 10th to beat Glendale, or the Dodgers' big comeback yesterday at Arizona. So here's the 2-2 pitch to Gio Crow, and that's in the dirt. Great block there by Munoz, the excellent catcher. And I talked to him yesterday, and he's just a great guy. All these guys are great from all 3 of these teams this weekend. Cerritos Falcons, Glendale Vakeros, and the El Camino Warriors. All great young men. Here's the full count pitch to Gio Crow. And that ball's a little tapper to third. And Ethan Pena up with it, the big 6'3" third baseman. Throws on over to first. No runs across in the top of the second. We'll go to the bottom of the second. No score. No score as we head to the bottom of the second. The Vaqueros coming to bat. David Lozano going to lead it off. 308 hitter. He's the second baseman today for Glendale. There's a first pitch by Pineda, and that's a good curveball in there, taken for a strike. Counts 0-1. Here's a pitch by Adrian Pineda. Fastball, that's high. 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch by Pineda. Fastball, that's taken high.
Hey, play catch, here we go, huh? In the spot, kid, here we go.
David Lozano. He's a freshman. And that pitch is in there. Count goes to 2-2. 308, 3 homers on the year. 40 runs batted in. Looking to get the leadoff man on here in the bottom of the second. Here's the pitch, and there's a hard ground ball wide of the second baseman. He dives and makes an excellent play and guns him out. Wow, what a play by the second baseman for El Camino. That was an incredible diving play by Aiden Laureano. Dove to his left on a hard ground ball, got to his feet, flipped on over to first base for the first out of the inning. Going to bring up big Jordan Veramontes. That pitch is fouled off to the right. No score here, bottom of the second. Kincaid Field. Cerritos College. Wind slightly blowing out to left. It always picks up later in the afternoon. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Veramontes. Fastball taken high. Yeah, that Dodger comeback last night capped off by Shohei Ohtani's bomb trying to put it in the pool. That's a fun thing for the players to do. Let's get it in that pool in Arizona. There's a hard ground ball up the middle. Base hit by Veramontes. We all could use a dip in the pool right now. Max Price coming up. He's the DH today. Price out of Agoura High School. Runner on first. Pitch is taken low and outside.
Hey, good spot to miss.
1 out, runner on first. Veramontes on first. Max Price at bat. And there's a curveball, stays high.
Hey, let's battle up there, kid. Here we go. On top of things, kid. You all right?
Price, a big guy. He's 6'4", 220. Imposing figure at the plate. Here's the pitch by Pineda. Fastball. That's high. Counts 3-0. 1 out here, bottom of the second. No score.
Good, kid. You good? Sit back a little bit. Hit up.
Price trying to rattle. He's moving his feet. He's scooting up in the box, trying to rattle the pitcher, and he takes ball 4. So 1 out, 2 on
Hey, we need a ground ball right here.
for the Vakeros on the walk. Ethan Pena, the third baseman. I talked to him yesterday after the game. He's a great young man. He's committed to Stephen F. Austin. He's just a great guy.
Right here, kid. Got a lot of time.
Good to see these guys. A lot of offers will come in to these sophomores. And here's the pitch. Curveball taken for a strike. Nice curveball there by Pineda to get ahead in the count. A lot of offers. I was talking to a recruiting coach from Cal State Dominguez before the game and told him about a few players that I like. Here's the pitch by Pineda. That pitch is taken. Well, he went around. Thought he checked his swing. Count goes to 0-2. Runners on first and second. Ethan Pena at the plate. Here's the pitch by Pineda. There's a ground ball to third. There's a high hopper, but he throws it over the second baseman's head into right field. And that's going to load the bases. The error there. That was an easy high hopper. And he just made a bad throw. And it sailed over. It was Lucas Bonham at third. And that was unfortunate for the Warriors. On an easy toss, it just sailed 2 feet over the second baseman's head. So now we have 1 out, bases loaded on the air. As we said in the pregame that El Camino cannot make 5 errors like they did yesterday. They were fortunate to win. Pineda, 1 out, bases loaded. Here's the pitch to the catcher, Ethan Munoz. Curveball. It just stays a little high. Count goes to 2-0.
Come on now, Blue.
Munoz hitting
Drop ball right here, guys. Turn it somewhere.
362. Looking for some runs batted in here. There's a line drive. It's a one-hopper. Goes off to the shin of the pitcher. Pineda picks it up and flips on over the first. But Veramontes will score the first run of the game, and the coach is going to come out because that was a hard hopper. One hop off the shin of Adrian Pineda. And he says he's okay. 1-0 Glendale on the RBI by Ethan Munoz. That was a hard hit ball. That was a rocket, one hopper. That'll go as a 1-3 put out with a second out. 1-0. Runners second and third, 2 outs, curveball in there to Jackson Lyons. Glendale dugout cheering hard for Jackson Lyons at the plate. Here's a pitch by Pineda. That's an off-speed pitch. That's lined into right field. That'll be on 2 hops. 1 runs across, and they're going to hold the runner at third, and the Vakeros take a 2-0 lead. RBI single by Jackson Lyons, and he's done a great job in this 3-game series. Brings up dangerous Alex Dolan. He is not tall, but he swings a big stick, and when he gets on the base paths, he's gone. We've seen him steal second and third in the same plate appearance. 2 outs, 2-0. Glendale. Pineda trying to get out of this second inning, bottom of the second, with no more damage. First pitch is taken for a strike by Dolan. Runners at first and third. Pineda checks the runners, and here's the pitch. Fastball looked to be off the plate. Umpire called it a strike. Count goes to 0-2. Dolan not happy with it, but that's the way it goes. Got to protect the plate now with 0-2. And here's the pitch to Alex Dolan. And that pitch is taken high and a little outside. Counts 1-2. Let's see on a 1-2 count if Jackson Lyons is taken out from first base. 2 outs. Pineda keeps him close over there. These Warriors have a over 90% steal success rate. 133 steals, only been thrown out 17 times. And here's the 1-2. He flips on over to first, keeping him close. (2-0) Glendale, bottom of the second. Glendale looking for more. 2 outs. Pineda checks the runner at third. And here's the pitch. Curveball, and that's hard ground ball, but right to the first baseman. Veramontes steps on the bag, but we have 2 runs across here in the bottom of the second for Glendale, and the score is 2-0 as we go to the top of the third. for El Camino in the top of the third. It's going to bring up Aiden Laureano. 2-0 Vakeros on the board with 2. There's a line drive. That's going to drop in front of the center fielder to his right. Leadoff single. Warriors have a runner on first. Nobody out. Going to bring up the center fielder, Jack Namek. 240 hitter on the year. And here's the pitch. That's a fastball taken for a strike. Namek out of Miracosta High School in Manhattan Beach. Has 2 homers on the year. His dad played baseball at USC. And Namek is the Dodger fan and Liverpool soccer fan. So let's see what the Dodger fan can do right here. See if he can hit. And there's a drive to right center field. That's going to be cut off by the right fielder. Hauls it in for the first out. Namek hit it hard, but to right center, and the right fielder drifted over for the first out. I'll bring up Matsukawa. Flew out to left his first time up. Matsukawa, the sophomore out of Miracosta. Here's the pitch, and that ball is driven to left field and deep. It's going to land. It's going to two-hop the wall down the line. Here comes the runner speeding around third. Matsukawa heading for third base, and he has a stand-up triple. And we have a 2-1 ball game. The Warriors are on the board. Aiden Laureano was speeding around second base on that deep drive. It was about 20 feet fair and two-hop the wall down the left field line for a stand-up triple by Ryan Matsukawa. And he is also valuable, oh so valuable for the Warriors. We have a 2-1 ball game here. Top of the third. 1 out, runner at third. And there's the off-speed pitch taken for a strike. Diego Barajas on the hill. And it's all men on deck for the bullpens today. They're going to get busy. As fastball way outside. Count goes to 1-1. And it won't take the pitchers long to get warm in this heat, but need to have guys ready just in case your pitcher gets into trouble. 1 out, runner on third, 2-1 Glendale. And here's the pitch by Barajas. That's an off-speed pitch. Fouled back on the ground. Count goes to 1-2. Batter is Lucas Bonham, who hit a line drive, but right at the second baseman his first time up. And here's the pitch. That pitch is taken low. Count goes to 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Lucas Bonham. That's a curveball, and that's a deep drive to center field. Going back center field, and that's going to get the runner home. And we got a tie ball game as Matsukawa scampers home for the tying run. 2-2 game here, top of the third. We have 2 outs, nobody on. Great job by the Warriors to even this ball game, and a great piece of hitting there by Lucas Bonham. Got the pitch up in the air he could handle, rode it for the sac fly. And there's a deep drive to right field, and the right fielder is going to get that one. That ball was hit a little bit farther than I thought. Big left-handed hitter, Matt Hammond, got a hold of it, but didn't carry. So we have 2 runs across in the top of the third for the El Camino Warriors. We are tied at 2, headed to the bottom of the third. Well, we welcome you back. Bottom of the third we go. Ball game is tied at 2. Brings up Daniel Ruiz, the center fielder. And he's squaring around and trying to draw the infield in. Hitters will do anything they can to rattle the pitcher to get that leadoff run around. It squares around again, takes a strike. Count goes to 1-1. And here's the 1-1 pitch. The ball's fouled off behind the screen. Ruiz, first time at bat, he hit a ground ball to second base for an out. Left-handed hitter. Here's the pitch by Pineda. And that's bounces about 3 feet in front of the plate. Good block by Crow. Nobody on, bottom of the third. We have a 2-2 ball game. As we said before, it's who can execute, who can make the least amount of mistakes. There's a foul ball, Gio Crow underneath it, trying to get it. Nope, goes over his head. Those high pop-ups are tricky for the catchers. And that's why you practice them the ball with the spin. It's always going to come back towards the infield. And that was about 2-3 feet behind Gio Crow. He never really saw the ball well off the bat, so I'm not sure if he really got good sight of it in the air. Here's the 2-2 count. No outs. Pitch is taken inside. Lead-off hitter here in the bottom of the third, Daniel Ruiz. Here's the full count pitch by Pineda. And there's a line drive base hit to left center field. And Ruiz is going to dig for second, and it's misplayed in left field. He's digging for 3, and he's in there. It's going to go as a double and an error on the left fielder. He couldn't cut it off, went off his glove, bobbled it out there. And that's, again, he cannot make those mistakes, especially at a critical ball game like this. Lose and go home. Lead-off hitter on third base.
Hey, battle, here we go.
On the double and one base error.
It's whoever has the will, but the end is.
It's going to bring up Jake Price. Nobody out. Runner on third. Third baseman in on the grass. Here's a pitch, and it's a pop-up. Second baseman underneath it. Shallow right field for the first out.
One at a time, Sticks.
Price, very unhappy with himself that he couldn't. Tried to get under it, tried to hit the fly ball for the sacrifice fly, but got way too underneath it, and just an easy pop-up to the second baseman. It's going to bring up David Lozano. So sectionals are next week, and that is the site to be determined. Here's a pitch by Pineda. That's an off-speed pitch. Swung on and missed by Lozano. Runner on third. 1 out. 2-2 ball game. Pineda checks the run. There's a curveball lined on 2 hops. That was a shot up the middle by David Lozano. RBI single. Vakeros take a 3-2 lead. It was an off-speed pitch, and Lozano just waited on it. Great piece of hitting by David Lozano. Patience, hands back, drilled it right up the middle on 2 hops. Brings up big Jordan Veramontes, and he's dangerous. 9 homers on the year. Big 6'4" Veramontes. And the pitching coach is going to come out to talk to Adrian Pineda, and looks like they're going to go to the bullpen. Pretty early to go to the bullpen, but can't believe they're going to go to the bullpen. But he's looking that way. He motioned that way with his left hand. And they're bringing in a right-hander. Well, Pineda, as we said, fine record, 7-2, 2.89 ERA. And we will be right back with a 3-2 ball game. We have a change of pitchers. El Camino crowd cheering for Adrian Pineda. And he's disappointed he couldn't get out of the third inning. It's not like he got rocked, but obviously they saw something and they're bringing in relief. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We just talked to Adrian Pineda's father, and he said about 4 weeks ago he had an injury, so he's been out a month rehabbing a little injury, so he was on a pitch count. So he was probably up to close to 50 pitches. So we have a new pitcher in the ball game, and that is Gavin Grace, son of Eric and Corinne, and he's out of Redondo Union. Count goes to 1-1. It's 6'3", 180-pounder. Jordan Veramontes at the plate. And here's the pitch. Taken on the outside corner for a strike. Count goes to 1-2. Gavin Grace now on the hill. And it's great things we learned sitting close to parents. They're just off to my left. Grace, the pitch is down low. Last 3 days, met a lot of great parents, grandparents, friends of all these teams. And here's the 2-2 pitch to Jordan Veramontes, Grace. And there's the ball tapped foul, dribbling down first base in foul territory. Veramontes hit a hard single his first time at bat in the second inning. 3-2 ball game here, bottom of the third. Here's the pitch by Grace, flips on over to first. And over there, the first baseman has to make a good play to his right. Gil Solis prevented that ball from going down the right field line. Vermontes hungry at the plate to keep this inning going. There's the pitch. There's a deep drive to left field. That ball is going. It's one hop on the wall. About 10 feet fair. And that's going to be a stand-up double for Jordan Veramontes. And that puts runners at second and third with one out. It's an off-speed pitch that Jordan Veramontes jumped on. Didn't quite have enough juice to get out of the ballpark. But it was a high fly ball, just about 10 feet fair, down by the 330 sign. One hop the wall. Gavin Grace in a jam here to these powerful Vakeros. Brings up Max Price, who walked his first time. Runners at second and third, bottom of the third, 3-2 Glendale. Here's the pitch by Grace. Taken for a strike. Third baseman just on the lip of the grass and dirt. Here's a pitch by Grace. Pitches at the knees for a strike. Count goes to 0-2. Max Price didn't like that call. He's out of the box, thinking about, okay, I have to protect here. If he comes to me outside corner, got to line it to hit the ball the other way. Max Price with an open stance. Here's the 0-2 pitch by Grace. That one's driven to left field and deep, and that ball is gone for a 3-run bomb by Max Price. That got out of here in a hurry. Pitch on just the inner half of the plate. Price just turned on that, sent a rocket out to left field. We have a 5-2 ball game here now. Glendale on top. Vakeros celebrating just outside the dugout, slapping Max Price on the back. Big Max Price, the designated hitter today, just rode that. It's his 9th homer of the year for Price. 48 ribbies now. When I say big, they got some big guys. Both these guys are big guys. That was 6'4", right-handed power hitting Max Price that hit that 3-run shot. And now we have Ethan Pena at bat with one out here in the bottom of the third. Well, Gavin Grace, the new pitcher, was greeted rudely by the Vakeros, and he's tagged for 4 runs. Nobody on. And we have a pitch clock violation by the pitcher. So that's going to go as a ball. Count goes to 1-1. Vakeros dugout loud. Here's a pitch by Grace. That pitch is swung on a miss, fouled off. Not swung on a miss, but fouled back. I need some more Gatorade Zero up here in the booth. Keep me hydrated. It's a hot day up here. And here's the pitch by Grace. It's waved on and miss. Just gets away from Crow. Crow steps back about 4 feet into fair territory and throws it first for the second out. 2 outs, bottom of the second. Now we have Ethan Munoz. 2 outs, nobody on, and a 5-2, 6-2. Correct that. 6-2 ball game. Ethan Munoz. Pitch is just off the plate. Munoz, sophomore catcher out of Sierra Canyon High School. 362 coming in the ballgame, 5 homers, 5 steals. So everybody on this Glendale team can race on the base paths. Here's a pitch by Price. That ball's driven, but it's way foul. Gonna go far into the Warrior bullpen. Good crowd here for this finale. Glendale and El Camino supporters, parents, friends, aunts, uncles, grandmas came out to support. Here's a pitch taken down low. Count goes to 3-1 to Ethan Munoz. As we said, talked to him, and he's just a great guy yesterday. We were at the snack shack after the ball game. Jimmy was getting a hot dog. And here's the pitch. Wide of the plate. As Bob Euchre would say, just a little outside. I was about 4 feet outside, actually. So we have a 2-out base runner. He's going to bring up the shortstop, Jackson Lyons. Lyons had an RBI single first time at bat. Here's the pitch to Lyons. That's, again, slider way outside. 2 outs, bottom of the third, 6-2 Glendale. Gavin Grace on the hill. Here's the pitch. Outside corner with a fastball. Here's a 1-1 pitch by Grace. Slider swung on miss by Lyons. Count goes to 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch by Grace. Pitch is taken low by Lyons. Counts even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And here's the pitch by Grace. It's a fly ball deep to left field, going back to the warning track. That ball is out of here. Jackson Lyons hits a high fly ball that kept going and going. Big fly for Jackson Lyons. 2 more runs across. It's now an 8-2 ball game. Off-speed pitch. Bat head out in front. Hits a high fly ball. Just kept going back and back over the wall where it says home of the Falcons. Vakeros trying to break it open here in the bottom of the third, and they have a 8-2 lead. Coach coming out. Talk to Gavin Grace. So we have 6 runs across here in the bottom of the third. And that's going to be it for Gavin Grace. We'll be right back to change the pitchers. Tyler Tellenbach now on the hill for the Warriors. First two pitches taken for a ball. So it's been all Vakeros here in the bottom of the third. We entered this inning tied at 2 and 6 runs across here for the Vakeros. Tellenbach goes to 3-0. Tyler Tellenbach on the hill now. Alex Dolan at the plate. Here's a 3-0 pitch by Tellenbach. Dolan takes that for ball 4, and we might as well call this a double because he's going to be stealing. If anybody throws this guy out, it's a miracle. Tyler Tellenbach, right-hander. It's the stretch, fastball, outside corner. He's a freshman out of Palos Verdes High School. 5'8". Trying to keep Alex Dolan from stealing second base. And there goes Dolan. The pitch is fouled off. Daniel Ruiz, left-handed hitter, at the plate, trying to keep this big inning going with 2 outs. Alex Dolan, short lead, and there's a line drive right to the shortstop to end the inning. 6 Vakeros score in the bottom of the third. We go to the top of the fourth, 8-2 Glendale. For the Warriors in the top of the fourth, Gil Solis will lead it off. Takes the first pitch for a strike.
You go, we go.
And here's the pitch by Barajas. Taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. Barajas in his 4th inning of work. Here's the pitch, fastball taken high. Diego Barajas, a big 6'2" right-hander. Came into the ballgame. He's a freshman. Came in 1-4 with a 4.5 ERA. but he's done a fine job. Slider taken for a strike high in the zone. At evens the count at 2-2. Barajas working hard with an 8-2 lead. And here's the pitch by Barajas, fastball. That's taken high. So Barajas. There's a pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. And the leadoff hitter is down. Gil Solis strikes out. Barajas, 40 innings of work this year, 41 Ks. Freshman, right-hander out of Simi Valley, and they produce a lot of great players. So that's a strikeout in the top of the 4th. I'm going to bring up Slater Nunez, the shortstop. Pitch is taken on the outside corner for a strike. Slater Nunez has had a great series. Singled his first time today. Warriors need base runners. 1 out, and there's a ground ball wide of third. Well, we know it's a busy weekend. People coming in town, people leaving to go out of town. Visit mothers, grandmothers, aunts, friends, relatives. Drive safely. Stay cool. Drink a lot of fluid. Top of the 4th, 8-2 Glendale. Here's a pitch by Barajas, and that's a curveball taken low. Barajas trying to get a chase there by Nunez on the off-speed pitch with 2 strikes. And he steps off. And the catcher's pointing to his pitch comm on his wrist. It's not working, but appears to be okay. Well, the Heat playing a little havoc on the scoreboard once in a while, flickering off and on. 1-2 pitch coming up by Diego Barajas to Slater Nunez. That ball is lined just by the glove on a line of Barajas. That was a shot right up the middle. Perfect piece of hitting. That's what you work on with the ball right over the middle. You work on it off the tee, line it up the middle. In the cage, soft toss, line it up the middle. A lot of work these players put in year round. Soft toss on the outside, line it to the right. Soft toss inside, pull the ball. That was perfect line drive up the middle. So they have a base runner, 1 out. Here's Barajas. Pitch is swung on by Mares. Fouled off wide of first. Warriors have a base runner on the line, singled by Nunez. Dylan Mars at the plate, and he's a good one. As we said, these first 6 hitters all hitting in the 300s. Dylan Mars at 370. Warriors need a rally here in the top of the 4th. They just need base runners. Just move them station to station. Diego Barajas on the hill. Here's the pitch. Fastball. That's a taken high. Here's the 2-1 pitch coming up. Pitch is taken low. 3-1 count. Here's the pitch taken wide of the plate. And we have first and second, 2 Warriors on the base paths with 1 out. A hit and a walk. Brings up the catcher, Gio Crow. And if there's ever a time that the Warriors need a big hit from Gio Crow, it's right here. Very warm day, so these pitchers putting in a lot of effort. And that's an off-speed pitch taken for a strike by Crow. Barajas ahead in the count, 0-1. Hot day, they need to stay hydrated. It hasn't been this warm and all year long. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Gio Crow, and that pitch is lined to left center field, but it's going to be right at the left fielder, and that's the second out. 2 outs here. Brings up Aiden Laureano. That pitch was just outside, and Gio Crow didn't get good wood on it, but he drove it to left, but right at the left fielder. Here's the pitch, blocked by Munoz in front of him. Runners stay at first and second. Warrior dugout making noise here to cheer their hitter on here. Trying to rattle the pitchers. The pitch, it's an off-speed pitch. Looked to be inside by about 2 inches from my angle, but the umpire called it a strike. Count goes to 1-1. Barajas checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Fastball. Wide. Second baseman playing not quite directly up the middle, but he is up the middle with a big hole between first and second for the batter Adrian Laureano to line that ball through. Outfield medium depth. Here's the pitch by Barajas, taking ball 4. 2 outs. Bases loaded now for the Warriors. The bullpen's busy for the Vakeros with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. It's going to bring up Jack Namick. Namick with, and here comes the coach out to talk to Barajas. Munoz, Barajas, and the coach all now conferring at home plate. Trying to ask him how he feels. Settle down. We have 2 outs. Let's get out of this. This is the 9th place hitter. Doesn't mean anything. He's hitting 240. All these El Camino hitters, every single guy in both teams' lineups can hit. And pitching coach will go back to the dugout. Bases loaded for the Warriors. You want to be a hero, Jack Namick. Now is the time to get a hold of one and line a single or a gapper. Barajas could be his last hitter if Namick can get a hold of one. Here's the pitch. It's an off-speed pitch, taken low, ball 1. Bullpen's busy for the Vakeros. And I would say for sure this is Barajas' last inning. If he can get this out, he's done a fine job. Here's a pitch to Namick. Fastball, and that's drilled to deep left field. Back goes the left fielder. Back to the wall. It's off the top of the wall. 1 run comes across. Here comes another run. That's going to be a bases clearing double for the Warriors. Big Jack Namick got a hold of one, drilled it, high fly ball off the left field wall, and we've got an 8-5 ball game.
Let's go! He just missed that one, too.
Just missed it. El Camino crowd going crazy, dugouts going crazy, and that's how you get in a ball game with a big 2-out swing by Jack Namick. Barajas stays on the hill. Two outs. Runner on second base. Brings up the leadoff hitter, dangerous Ryan Matsukawa. Matsukawa hit that big triple in the second inning. Let's see what he can do with 2 outs here in the fourth. Barajas with the wind. Here's the pitch. That's taken outside. 1 ball, 1 strike the count to Matsukawa. Ryan Matsukawa, just a solid player. 327 entering the ball game. He's going to be patient here. And here's the pitch. That's a changeup. Looked like a changeup taken for a strike. Could have been a 2-seamer, but had some inside run to it. 1-2 count to Matsukawa. Here's the pitch by Barajas, and that's in the dirt. Blocked. Munoz working hard here in his 4 innings. Barajas trying to get out of this jam. 3 runs across here in the top of the 4th for the Warriors on the big 2-out double off the wall by Jack Namick. Barajas doesn't check the runner at second. The pitch, line drive, but it's a 2-hopper. Booted by Jackson Lyons. Here comes a runner around third. It's thrown home. It's a high throw, and he's safe. Jack Namick scores. That is an 8-6 ball game on the boot by Jackson Lyons. It was a hard ground ball, a 3-hopper. Lyons couldn't get down on the ball, couldn't get his glove in proper position. There we have again an error that leads to some big runs. It's an 8-6 ball game now. And the Vakeros lead has been cut to 8-6 with 4 big runs here in the top of the 4th. Matsukawa on second base on the error by shorts. 2-out error by Jackson Lyons brings up big Lucas Bonham. Wow, what a turn of events here in the top of the 4th. Bonham, if he can get a hold of one here, just a single, will score the speedy Matsukawa. Not sure why Barajas is still in this ball game. He's done his job. He's laboring now. His pitch count is well over 75. It's a hot day. Lucas Bonham. And there's a weak ground ball to the shortstop Lyons. Lyons gets his glove down, throws over to first to stretch, and he is out there. But not before. 4 big runs across the plate in the top of the 4th inning. We have an 8-6 ball game. Glendale has a 2-run lead. Well, welcome back. Let's go to the bottom of the 4th and an 8-6 Glendale lead right now, but anything can happen. We've had a lot of runs between these two teams in their two contests the last several days. 23-7 ball game and it won by Glendale on Thursday. 8-7 extra inning affair won by El Camino. Jake Price at bat now for Glendale in the bottom of the fourth. Tyler Tellenbach still on the hill, and there's a curveball. Weak swing off foul ball off first base, just dribbled. So we had Adrian Pineda start for El Camino, and he went 2 1/3. He was on a pitch count. Gavin Grace came in. There's a slow curveball, and that's a pop fly that's going to be easy play for the center fielder. Jack Namick hauled that one in center field. And we already have 14 runs across the plate here in 3 1/3 innings. Brings up David Lozano. He's 1 for 2. Singled his last time. Tellenbach pitches out of the stretch. Here's a pitch, fastball lined just to the right of the shortstop making the play on a line. 2 quick outs here by Tellenbach. Brings up big Jordan Veramontes. Had a big double last inning. Two outs, bottom of the fourth. Tyler Tellenbach with the pitch just off the outside corner to the big right-handed hitting Jordan Veramontes. And here's the pitch. Taken wide. 2-0 the count. Two-0 count. Let's see if Veramontes is taking this 2-0 pitch or if he gets the green light. 2-0 and he's taking the ball down low. 3-0. Here's a 3-0 pitch by Tellenbach. In there at the knees. Now Veramontes is ready. He backs out. Says, I got this. I'm timing this guy. He throws me that again, and I'm jumping on it because I have 9 homers on the year, and I'm a .297 hitter. And here's the 3-1 pitch. That ball is drilled to right field. It's going deep. Right to the right fielder, though, drifting back for the third out. Okay, we got ourselves a ball game. It's 8-6 going to the top of the fifth. Top of the fifth for the Warriors. And we have a new pitcher in the ball game for the Vakeros, Chris Banuelos. Banuelos, 3-2 on the year with a 6.87 ERA. Pitched a couple days ago. And we have a leadoff hitter, Gil Solis. Let's check that. Big Matt Hammond's at the bat now. That big left-handed hitter. Banuelos, right-handed pitcher. Count goes to 2-1. This is Banuelos' 14th appearance. He started 8 games, 38 innings of work, 46 hits allowed. And there's a pitch for another ball. And the Warrior dugout is loud, looking for a leadoff base runner here in the top of the fifth. Any way you can get him on. Teams don't care. Hit us, walk us like that. Ball taken low. Great at bat by leadoff hitter Matt Hammond. Gil Solis coming to the plate. 8-6 Glendale, top of the fifth. And we know we're going to have quite a few more runs in this ball game. Big Matt Hammond, first base. Here's a pitch to Solis. Banuelos pumps a fastball in there. Hard to match yesterday's 10-inning thriller with the Warriors coming out on top, but we'll see. There's a slider down low. Counts 1-1, and the Warrior dugout is loud. Trying to rattle Banuelos. Matt Hammond, runner at first. Here's the pitch. That ball's drilled, but it's going to be right at the center fielder for the first out. Solis hit it hard, but right at the center fielder. Going to bring up shortstop Slater Nunez.
Go, Slater.
Banuelos with a first pitch strike to Nunez. Nunez, 2 hits on the day, 2 singles. Looking to go a perfect 3 for 3 here against a right-hander, Chris Banuelos. Here's the pitch. Curveball. It's a little fly ball. Center fielder's got it, medium depth for the second out. Brings up Dylan Maras, the designated hitter. 2 outs, top of the fifth. 8-6 Vakeros. Here's a pitch by Banuelos. Pitch is taken. Looks just to be off the plate. Big Dylan Maras could tie this ball game up with 1 swing. He has 8 homers on the year. Big left-handed hitter. Here's the pitch. They are pitching him away. 370 entering the ball game. 8 homers, 32 ribbies. And talked to Dylan before the game. Wants to wish his mother Alicia a happy Mother's Day. All the mothers, all the players. Couldn't talk to them all. Here's the pitch. That bell's line drive down the right field line. And Hammond is heading towards third. Mars is going to try to stretch it a double. Here's the relay, the throw. Not a good decision there by big Dylan Mars. Should have remained at first base. He's not a great base runner, and he was gunned down for the third out. It's where first base coach, you have to be yelling, you are staying right here. But with 2 outs, they took a gamble. After 4.5, we have an 8-6 ball game, Glendale. Bottom of the fifth we go. 8-6 Glendale. It's been an exciting ball game. And Max Price is going to lead it off for Glendale. 1-1 is the count now. Big Max Price hit a big home run last time. A walk and a homer. Wide open stance, Price. Trying to time the pitcher, Tellenbach, still on the heel. Price steps out. Open stance. Here's the pitch, and that's a slider. Outside in the dirt, blocked by Crow. Looks more like a slow curve. That must be Tellenbach's slow curve. Sometimes when you don't know these pitchers, sometimes it's hard to tell, but that didn't quite have the snap like a slider. Counts 2-2 to Max Price. And here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch. Stayed up in the zone, but fouled straight back. Price telling himself, stay back. Let's see what Tellenbach has in his toolbox here on a 2-2 count. Tellenbach out of the stretch. No runners on. Leadoff hitter. Fastball, and that ball is hit on 2 hops, high hops to the shortstop. Throws on over to first for the first out. So Price is out on the 6-3 put out.
Third baseman number 13, Ethan Pena.
Good play there by Nunez. Just had to wait for the high hop. Gunned it on over to first baseman, Big Gil Solis. So now we have 1 out. Brings up Ethan Pena. Pena on an error and struck out his last time. So he's a very fine player. He's looking to redeem himself here with a base hit. Slow curve taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1. And here's the pitch by Tellenbach. Must have been just off the corner. Count goes to 2-1. Pena, good-looking ball player. Fine third baseman. 6'3". Here's a 2-1 pitch. That pitch is fouled at the plate. A little bit more breeze now here. Flag not moving much, but I'm feeling just a little breeze swirling up here. Here's the 2-2 count to Ethan Pena. It's a slow curveball, swung on and missed for the second out.
Let's go, kid!
2 outs here in the bottom of the fifth. We'll bring up the catcher, Ethan Munoz. Munoz hit a ground ball back to the pitcher. Threw to first base in the first inning. Actually, it was a shot off the pitcher's foot. It wasn't just a ground ball. Got an RBI on the ground ball. And last time he walked, count is 1-0. Here's a pitch, slow curve, and that's in there for a strike. And Tellenbach doing a good job so far of keeping the hitters off balance. When you have that slow curve, when you can hit the corners with your fastball, you can be very effective. That's a fastball. Taken down low, counts 2-1. 2 outs here, bottom of the fifth. 8-6 Glendale. Here's a pitch by Tellenbach. Fastball way outside. Well, it's story time with Jimmy here with 2 outs. Last night I was not at my house, but I was taking care of a neighbor's cat, which is our good friend just 2 houses down. I was spending time with the little cat, going over statistics, and I heard the front door was open, and that's going to be a walk by Ethan Munoz. He'll go to first base. And I hear this noise, just maybe about 2 feet or so, it sounded like, in front of the inside of the house. And I get up and walk around this coffee table, and all of a sudden I feel a pain in my ankle. Look down, a possum's got a hold of my left ankle. So I kicked this possum out the front door, and the cat was sitting on the front door. And now we have big Friday night excitement last night of Jimmy getting bit. Thankfully, I was wearing 2 pair of socks, went home right away, locked the door, and checked it. No puncture wounds. Put a bunch of hydrogen peroxide on it anyway. So if I start foaming at the mouth here, Adrian Pineda's dad's going to take over here to my left. It's about 5 feet to my left. Been talking to him all game. We have 2 outs, 0-1 count to Jackson Lyons. Here's the pitch by Tellenbach. Taken for a strike. 0-2 the count. Munoz with the walk, the runner at first. Jackson Lyons at the plate. Possum Jimmy, your announcer today, here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the pitch by Tellenbach. Slow curve. It's taken in the dirt for a ball. Count is 1-2. Jackson Lyons wears number 42. We'll have to ask him if he wears that in honor of Jackie Robinson. And here's the pitch by Tellenbach. That ball is driven to right field. Coming in on the play is the right fielder, Matt Hammond. Makes the play. 3 outs. No damage done. And after 5 innings, it's 8-6 Vakeros. Now, we're back here in the top of the 6th inning, an 8-6 ball game. Glendale has the lead over El Camino. Leadoff hitter is the catcher, Gio Crow, for El Camino. And they need base runners. A lot of time left, but you need to have that sense of urgency, get a good at-bat here by Gio Crow. Hit a line drive single somewhere. That's a big swing. Crow takes a big swing on that ball down the middle. Count is 2-1. And there's a fly ball to center field. Hit by Crow, and that's an easy fly ball out there. Chris Banuelos still on the mound in his second inning of work for the Vakeros. Leadoff hitter is out on the easy fly ball. Brings up Aiden Laureano. And here's the pitch by Banuelos. Swung on and missed. Off-speed pitch. Count goes to 1-1. As we said, Banuelos 3-2 on the year, coming in 38 innings, 29 Ks, 6.87 ERA, 19 walks. He's allowed 46 hits, so guys get hits off him. And he's almost a 7 ERA, so he's given up quite a few runs, but he's done a fine job here so far. Count goes to 1-2 on Aiden Laureano. One out, top of the sixth. Here's a pitch, curveball. Goes back to the backstop on one hop. 8-6. I can say the word 6. And there's a pitch, fouled back at the plate. Laureano with a single and a walk in that big 4-run fourth inning. Here's the pitch off the plate. Count goes full to David Laureano. Aiden Laureano, excuse me. Here's a pitch by Banuelos. That's a fastball fouled straight back to the screen. Here's the pitch. High fastball, and Laureano is protecting the plate. It was a high fastball. It was out of the zone, but Laureano pulled the trigger. Count remains full. Warriors need base runners. Here's the pitch, and that's a hard ground ball to the second baseman. Flips on over to first base. David Lozano flips it on over to Jordan Veramontes for the second out. Brings up the big hero last inning. Hit a bases clearing double off the wall. Booming drive. Right in between where it says home of the Falcons. Here's the pitch to Nemec. Taken low for ball one. That big 3-run double got the Warriors back in this ball game. There's a curveball on the outside corner. Counts even at 1. It's a pitch. Off speed, swung on and missed. Dynamic. Here's the pitch, curveball, and that's driven on the ground, wide of third. 2 outs, 1-2 pitch to Jack Nemec coming up. Here's the pitch, curveball, fouled straight back. Pitch was high in the zone, and Nemec protecting the plate again with 2 strikes. As if that was just a little bit lower and just a little inside, Nemec might have driven that one out of the ballpark. Here's the pitch. Fastball way outside. Count goes to 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs. Top of the 6th, 8-6 Glendale. On a warm Saturday afternoon, we hear some local Little League games and a few other games were canceled. There's a fastball, just missed. off the plate. And Munoz, the catcher for Glendale, really wanted that one. Here's the full count pitch. Slider. Hit wide of third on the ground.
Way to fight. Win it. What do you say, Jake?
Great at bat here by Jack Namek. Fouling off pitches, making Benuelos work hard. Here's the full count pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. And the Vakeros are out of the top of the sixth. No runs, no hits. We go to the bottom of the sixth, 8-6 Glendale. Alex Dolan, the leadoff hitter in the powerful Vakeros lineup, leading it off here in the bottom of the sixth for Glendale. Tyler Tellenbach still on the hill for the Warriors. Here's the first pitch to Dolan. Outside for ball one. Dolan a couple ground balls on an error also, and a walk. And here's the pitch, outside corner. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Down low. Two 2-1 the count to the leadoff hitter, Alex Dolan. Pitch is taken off the plate again. Count goes to 3-1. Alex Dolan, don't want to put him on first base. And there's the pitch. Fastball, outside corner. He is the man with speed, 34 steals, only caught 2 times. Count goes full. It's 3-2. Dolan, a sophomore, so he'll be getting a lot of offers from a lot of teams here in the next month. Here's the pitch. Taken outside. Dolan reaches first base, and let's see what happens with the speedster. As I say, sometimes that leadoff walk, or any walk to Alex Dolan, is just like a double. We can surely see Tellenbach keeping him close here with a couple throws. Daniel Ruiz now at the plate. Nobody out, bottom of the sixth. Tellenbach. And there goes Dolan, and here's the throw. And it's a close play, but he's safe. A head first dive, and he just got an incredible jump off Tellenbach, and a head first slide. It was a good throw by Crow, but Dolan in there with his 35th stolen base of the year. Only caught twice, as I said. Just like giving him a double. So, runner in scoring position with nobody out for the Vakeros. And here's the pitch to Ruiz. Change up off the plate. Counts 2-0. Dolan saw that left foot lifted by the right-handed pitcher. And once he saw that heel up, he was gone. He doesn't need a huge lead because he just has such an incredible first crossover over step. Here's a 2-0 pitch to Ruiz, taken for a strike. Well, some of the great base stealers of all time. Of course, Jackie Robinson was a great base stealer. Maury Wills was a great base stealer. Lou Brock, of course, held the record for a long time. Ricky Henderson broke his record. Lately, the stolen base in the major leagues has come back. For a few years there, we didn't have a lot of guys. The guys were leading the league with 37 stolen bases. It's a 2-2 pitch to Ruiz. Pitch is low. Nobody out. Full count pitch. Dolan just checking where the second baseman is. He knows the shortstop's right there. He has a pretty good lead. He's bouncing, dancing off second. Here's the pitch. That's a line drive single over the leaping head of the shortstop. And Dolan will move to second on the single. Wasn't hit hard. It was just a little single over the shortstop head. First two runners reach base on a walk and a base hit. Brings up Jake Price. Vakeros with that powerful offense. Team batting average 311. 48 homers on the year. As I said, 133 steals, only caught 17 times. First and third, nobody out. And we have Jake Price at the plate. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a squeeze, but, you know, anything can happen. With nobody out. 1-1. First baseman holding the runner on, Ruiz. Dolan at third, Ruiz at first, nobody out. Price the batter. Here's the pitch, and that's a ground ball. 3 hops to the second base, and he boots it. Run will come home to score. Ruiz goes to second base. Price goes to first on the error by the second baseman. That was an easy ground ball to second base and just went off the glove of Aiden Laureano. Put runners at first and third on the first and second on the error. Still nobody out. And here's the pitch, and it hits David Lozano. And that's going to load the bases. And you have to think that Tellenbach needs a visit here by the coach. Right now, nobody's warming up in the El Camino bullpen. But maybe they're warm. And the coach is coming out to talk to Tyler Tellenbach. Well, we have a walk to lead off the inning, a single over the shortstop's head, ground ball to third. It scored the runner, Dolan. Right now we have first and second, and a hits batsman. We have bases loaded with nobody out. The Vakeros looking for more. Big Jordan Veramontes, number 34. Coach is talking to him. Still nobody warming up. And the Warrior bullpen. Coach, we gonna get that bullpen busy, or what's going on?
I think we're
Huh?
looking for arms from somewhere somebody can get it. It might be competing.
A lot of pitchers used yesterday. The last 3 days, a lot of pitchers have been used. Bases loaded, nobody out. 9-6, Glendale. Jordan Veramontes trying to clean the base paths here. Now that pitch is blocked in front by Crow. Pitch was about 4 feet in front of the plate. And Gio Crow blocked that to prevent a run from scoring. Yeah, left-hander is getting busy in the Warrior bullpen. Probably should have had him warming up 5 minutes ago. Bases loaded, nobody out. 9-6 Glendale. Veramontes at the plate. Here's a slow curve. Taken just off the plate. Counts 2-0. Veramontes looking for a fastball here. 2-0 count in his zone. Will he get the green light? Can he get a hit here that'll drive home a couple more? Fastball on the outside corner. 2-1. Backs out of the box. Checks his batting gloves. Says, I'm ready for this. Give me another fastball. Tellenbach. 2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Pitch is taken wide of the plate. Count goes to 3-1. It's tough. I've been in this position before. Been out there. It's a hot day. Tellenbach in his third inning. Struggling out there. Nobody out. Bases loaded. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Pitch is taken low. That's going to walk home a run. And the bases remain loaded. Well, as we said, El Camino cannot make 5 errors like they did yesterday. I count 3 so far. Have to play clean ball in a crucial ball game. Earlier, a ground ball to third baseman threw it over the second baseman's head instead of a out at second. It turned into a run. Left fielder booted a ball on a single. It turned into it was a double. It would have been a double, but booted it out there and turned into a triple. Double and an error. Max Price, number 24, bases loaded. Price with a homer already on the day. Tellenbach with the pitch. Fastball, outside corner. Count goes to 0-2 to Max Price. Price homered in the third inning. He's looking for something just to get through the infield, shoot the gaps, get a couple more runs home, maybe clear the bases. Here's the pitch. That's lined, left center field. It's going to land on 3 hops in front of the left fielder. 2 runs are going to cross on the base hit by big Max Price. But Max Price rounding the bag, he's hurt. Not sure what happened. He was rounding first base on the single. Might have hurt his ankle or knee. Didn't quite see it. I was watching the ball in the outfield. But he got back to first base, and now he's collapsed there. The coaches and the trainers are out. That's a tough way to get a couple RBIs, but score now is 12. to 6 Glendale, and they're tending to Big Max Price. Couple trainers are out there. 3 trainers are actually out there. Couple Vaquero coaches. Yeah, we hope Big Max Price is going to be okay. Could have rolled his ankle. We're still not sure. Looks like it's his right. Going to help him up. Trying to put weight on it and trying to walk it off, but he's walking down the right field line on the dirt, but can't believe Big Max Price's a coach will let him stay in there after rolling an ankle. He's trying to jog a little, but I would say, even as valuable as Max Price is, these guys are gutsy. He wants to stay in there, but see what happens. Still nobody out. First and second, Price wants to stay in, putting his helmet back on. And he's staying in the ball game. That's something. And he's talking to the first base coach. You know, you twist an ankle. We've all done that playing basketball, other sports. Price jumping up and down now, trying to loosen that ankle. Big 6'4" guy, and he's a tough guy. First and second, nobody out. Ethan Pena at the plate. Here's the slow curve, taken low for ball 1. And the Vaqueros cheering their teammate Ethan Pena on in Spanish. And there's a slow curveball taken for a strike. Count goes to 1-1 to Ethan Pena. Tallenbach into the stretch. Fastball taken high. Well, nobody working in the Camino dugout. We had a left-hander up there. Now the catcher and a left-hander's back up. Nobody out. And there's a line drive single by Ethan Pena up the middle. That's going to load the bases again. And you'd think that's got to be all. You have to have some arms in that Warrior bullpen, and the coach is trying to stall. He's trying to signaling for the bullpen. Bases loaded, nobody out. And that's going to be all for Tyler Tallenbach. We'll be right back with a change of pitchers for the Warriors with a 12-6 ball game. Sonny Hurtado in the ball game, pitching now for the Warriors. Still nobody out here with 4 runs across in the bottom of the 6th. 12-6 Glendale. They've widened the gap from 8-6 and 4 runs here. 12-6 ball game. Bases loaded. And here's the pitch. Taken for a strike. Sonny Hurtado on the hill. Hurtado, a freshman. 7 innings on the year. 6.43 ERA. Ethan Munoz, the catcher, at plate, and there's a line drive. It's going to land in front of the center field, and that's going to score a run. They tried to get the force out at second, and the El Camino dugout's chirping that they got him, but the umpire called him safe. So that's going to be an RBI single for Ethan Munoz. It's now 13-6 Glendale. Brings up the shortstop, Jackson Lyons. He's a 9th place hitter, but he's a good hitter. 2 hits on the day, including a home run over the left center field wall in the 3rd. Bases loaded. Hurtado, a lefty. Here's the pitch. Slow curve, taken for a strike. Bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the 6th. Hurtado on the hill, checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch to Jackson Lyons, check swing, and the ball goes foul on the ground over into the Glendale dugout. Count goes to 0-2. Vaquero dugout once more, cheering Jackson Lyons on. Here's the 0-2 pitch by Hurtado. Slider fouled back on the ground. Count remains 0-2. Hurtado gets the sign, shakes his head. Checks around at second. Here's the pitch. Curveball swung on and missed by Jackson Lyons. That's the first out in the inning. It's going to bring up the leadoff hitter, Alex Dolan. Walked last time. Stole second. Head first dive. Came around to score. But he doesn't have a hit today, so he's looking for a single. Dolan, 3 homers on the year. Not saying he doesn't want to hit a home run, but any insurance runs would be well needed here. Takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. No leads really safe when you have a bullpen game. Still bottom of the 6th, so El Camino has 3 more at-bats. Here's the pitch, fastball. Taken, it was off the glove, it was inside, off the glove of Gio Crow. It was 13-6, so it's a 7-run lead. I often tell the story when I was at Anaheim Stadium in the mid-90s. Angels were down by 7, and they rallied with 7 runs in the bottom of the 9th to tie the ball game against the Blue Jays. I was with a couple of my players from my JV team when I was coaching at Wilson, and the Angels won the game. So you can never give up on a ball game. Strange things can happen. Here's the pitch, curveball, hit on the ground, wide of third. Cerritos was eliminated yesterday in this tournament by Glendale, and it's been a joy this year to get to know those players, being one of the broadcasters for the home Falcons. And a lot of hugs to those guys. Really love those guys, and I was hugging a lot of the parents also. I've made some good friends. This has been a great blessing to help out with the home YouTube broadcasting for the Falcons. And Coach Fernley has done a great job and his staff with the Cerritos Falcons in their second year. Of course, Coach Nate Fernley, 16 years as the El Camino Warriors coach. Took them to the state finals, very close in winning it. They've won many conference titles there. Last year, his first year with the Falcons, took a team that only had 9 wins in 2023, and they had 38 wins last year. And they were a 33-win team. I believe it was 33. I believe 33-10 this year. So he's getting a lot of good players and transfers, a lot of good high school talent. Back to the action here. Bases loaded. 1 out, bottom of the 6th. And here's the pitch by Hurtado, and that's line drive right at the third baseman. And he throws on over on first. First, Munoz gets back. So there's 2 outs now. So line drive by Dolan. He hit it hard. Right at the third baseman, though, for the second out. And sometimes you get a bloop single, and sometimes you hit a hard line drive right at people. That's baseball. Daniel Ruiz coming to the plate. Left-handed pitcher. Sonny Hurtado to the left-handed hitter. And there's a sweeper. That's going to get away from Crow. That was in the dirt. It's going to be a wild pitch. Another run comes home on the wild pitch. Max Price will score. Reynolds will move up second and third with 2 outs. Pena on third. Ethan Munoz on second. 2 outs. Daniel Ruiz at the plate. There's a slow curve. Gets away again from Gio Crow. Blocks it. Going to flip to the pitcher. Not in time. Going to be another wild pitch. And another run scores. It's now 15-6. 7 runs across here in this bottom of the 6th. And Glendale has broken it open against the relief pitching of the El Camino Warriors. 2-0 the count to Daniel Ruiz. Count now goes 3-0. Ruiz on the day, a double and a single. Looking for more. Runner at third. Hurtado. And that's a walk. 2-out walk to Ruiz. Puts runners at first and third. And we have number 17 coming to the plate for Glendale. Here's the pitch by Hurtado. Ethan Kearney is now hitting for Glendale. Runners at first. This will be his first time to the plate. That pitch is taken low. Count goes to 1-1. Kearney in the spot for Jake Price. Kearney, a left-handed hitter. Here's the pitch by Hurtado. Slow curve outside. Counts 1-1. 2 outs. Warriors trying to get out of this very tough bottom of the 6th where they've given up 7 runs. Down 15-6. Here's the pitch by Hurtado. Fastball. Outside corner. Strike 2. Counts 2-2. Ethan Kearney. Kearney hitting 270 on the year with a homer, 15 ribbies, and the runner is trying to steal home, and he is out. He was standing up, trying to steal home off the lefty. He broke. Not sure what was going on with that, but he was tagged out by the catcher. Tried to jump out of the way of the catcher, but Gio Crow got him for the third out. The bottom of the sixth mercifully comes to an end after 7 runs come across for the Vakeros. Scores 15-6 after 6 complete. Well, we'll go to the top of the 7th, and El Camino needs quite a rally, down by 9 runs, 15-6. And at the plate is number 5. It's Ryan Matsukawa, top of the 7th, and the Warriors need a lot of base runners. It was an 8-6 ball game, but just Matsukawa with a little dribbler to second base. He's going to beat that out. That was to the bag side of the second base with a little high hopper. Matsukawa with great speed. That's going to go as an infield single. And when you're behind like this, that's what you have to do. Get base runners. Be patient. Don't swing at bad pitches. Don't be over anxious. Play with controlled intensity as a hitter. Outside corner, hit that ball the other way. There's a pitch. Munoz blocks it. And being down by 9 runs, of course, Matsukawa's not going anywhere. You're going to play it safe. Give both teams a lot of credit getting this far. And here's the pitch. It's a slider taken on the outside corner. Chris Banuelos still on the hill for. There's a hard ground ball. Lions up with a good flip to the second base and on to first. No play there. Bonham beats it out. So we have the forced play. Matsukawa is out. And Bonham reaches on the fielder's choice.
Right fielder, number 25, Matt Hammond.
Just talking to a dad about baseball players and never letting a coach, a friend, even a parent tell you how good you are, what your ceiling is. I had to go to 2 different junior colleges and travel to a lot of. There's a hard ground ball to the second baseman. Lions gets it, flips on over to second. The force at second is good, and the throw to first gets away. So big Matt Hammond will reach base. So we have now 2 outs on the force play.
First baseman, number 24, Gil Solis.
On the 6-4 put out. There's 2 outs. Hammond reaches first. The fielder's choice. Gil Solis. So don't ever let anybody tell you you can't. You can't do anything. You can't improve to make a college team or a minor league team. I had to go to a lot of different junior colleges and tryouts, and the tryout worked out in Macon, Georgia. And I was just telling Adrian Pineda's dad that it's a joy when you work hard all your life and you get a tryout and you're sent to the owner's office and you sign a minor league contract. Even though I just got to play for 1 summer, it was a joy. Made a lot of friends and met a lot of great people. Munoz with the block. Runner at first, 2 down on this hot day here in Cerritos. Cerritos College, Kincaid Field. So we don't want anybody out there getting bit by a possum. There's a curveball. Scared me the other night last night when a possum grabbed hold of my left ankle. I had those 2 socks on. I'm looking down, this possum, big old jaws grabbing my ankle through my pants, and there's a line drive in the gap to right field, and that's going to get down, and big Matt Hammond's going to scamper. Here's the throw to third, and an umpire calls him out, and that's not a good call, I'll tell you right now. His left foot was in there, tagged high on the hip. Want to see a replay of that.
That's brutal.
So no runs, 2 hits, a runner left, 15-6, go to the bottom of the 7th. Vakeros, bottom of the 7th, 15-6 lead. And we have Ethan Kearney at the plate. He was at bat last inning when a runner was thrown out. So Kearney here leading off bottom of the 7th. Sonny Hurtado struggled with his control last inning. 7 runs came across the plate for the Vaqueros to widen this lead to 15-6. Here's a pitch by Hurtado, fastball outside corner. Count goes to 3-1. So hard work pays off for these young guys. Baseball is a game that you can be a reserve in high school and work hard. That's what I tell everybody when I used to coach. Doesn't matter if you grow at a different level, you improve, you learn to hit to the opposite field. College coaches love that. And you might be only a 250 hitter in high school, like Brian Downing was. Then you lift weights and put a batting cage in your backyard. And then you get signed by the White Sox in the late 70s, and then you become an Angel Hall of Fame player. That ball's going to get away, and Kearney is going to scamper on over to second. Kearney on with the leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 7th. David Lozano at the plate. Hurtado, the pitch, swing and a miss. Glendale dugout still wants more. Here's the pitch by Hurtado. That pitch is bounced. And Kearney's going to take third now. Nobody out. Runner on third. Lozano, the second baseman, the batter. It's a pitch taken for a ball. Counts 3-1 to David Lozano. We're at about the 2.5 hour mark, just beyond that for this ball game. Here in the bottom of the 7th. Here's a pitch by Hurtado, and there's a fly ball to center field, drifting back to the center field. That's going to get the run home. Tagging at third is Kearney, and he's in there standing up. The sac fly for David Lozano. Makes the score 16-5. Glendale. I haven't checked the scores. Don't know what Mount San Antonio's score is right now. Or if they're even playing at noon. I'm not sure. I imagine they are. Sectionals are next week, so you can check with whoever wins this ball game. You can check with your coach, your school, their website. Glendale College schedule, El Camino College baseball schedule, and it'll show where the game will be. Sectionals start next week. It's going to be a 2 out of 3 matchup between two teams, and whoever wins that goes to the finals. Viramontes, the hitter at the plate, Jordan Viramontes. 0-2's the count. Here's a pitch, fastball, swung on, fouled back. So in honor of my late mother, who passed away 7 years ago, almost 7 years ago, May 24th, 2019. She was one of my biggest fans. She'd come to basketball games, baseball games of mine, and she was a big supporter and cheerleader, and that's what mothers are. They're cheerleaders, they're psychologists, counselors, tend to our wounds physically, emotionally, spiritual counselors, coaches. They encourage us, get us to see a vision for our lives. So in honor of all the mothers, we appreciate what you do. And there's a big fly ball to left center field. That ball is going back. That ball is out of here by Jordan Veramontes. Solo homer, his 10th of the year. That was a big fly, high and deep over the left center field wall. Not quite straightaway center, but over the 390. So that ball was really driven. That makes it 17-6 on the solo homer. It's Veramontes' third hit of the day. It's going to bring up Max Price. Singled in the sixth and rounding first. He appeared to twist his ankle. He was down for almost 5 minutes, stayed in the ball game. He's a gutsy big guy. Probably played football in high school also. A big 6'4", right-handed power hitting Max Price. Said twisted ankle. I'm not going anywhere. I don't see any blood. No bone sticking out. I'm a vaquero. I'm a cowboy. I rope and ride, herd cattle, eat rattlesnakes in the wilderness on the campfire. 2-2 the count to Max Price. 17-6. Well, not quite the 23 runs that they put up on Thursday, but there's a deep drive to center field going back on this ball at the warning track, and it's caught. Max Price just missed another homer. And that's 2 outs now in the bottom of the 7th on a deep fly ball by Max Price.
Third baseman with 13, Ethan Pena.
Third baseman Ethan Pena coming up with 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. So 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. It's time for a story. When I was 15 years old, I wanted to go see Nolan Ryan when he pitched for the Angels. This is 1975. Yeah, 75, 74. I didn't have my license yet, and my mom said, no, I want you to go to the Long Beach Playhouse to support my oldest sister's boyfriend in a play, Oklahoma. There's a ground ball short. Up with it as the shortstop throws on over to first, and I'll tell that story in the top half of the 8th of what happened at the Long Beach Playhouse and what Nolan Ryan and the Angels did on that Thursday night at Anaheim Stadium. Slater Nunez leading it off for the Warriors, facing Chris Benuelos. He's still out there. Nunez for the Warriors. Behind in the count. Now the count goes even. Nunez with a couple hits on the day. And the Warriors need a lot of base runners, a lot of runs, because they're down by 12. 11 runs, 17-6. Down by 11. So 11 runs on 12 hits for the Vakeros. They've made those hits count with 3 home runs on the day. And 6 runs on 9 hits for the visiting Warriors. Jordan Viramontes with 3 hits and a big homer today. Max Price with a big homer. Daniel Ruiz with 2 hits. 9th hitter Jackson Lyons, 2 hits and a homer. Goes on and on. And there's a ground ball. High hopper to Ethan Pena. Throws on over first. Leadoff hitter is out here in the 8th.
Designated hitter number 19, Dylan Martis.
Nunez is out on the 5-3 putout. Brings up Dylan Mares. Mares, big left-handed hitter. Benuelos pitches, and that's fouled straight back over our heads. Benuelos, he's a strike thrower, not a big guy out there, but pumping in strikes. He's an inning eater, and that's what coaches love. Can throw strikes, keep guys off balance. Here's the pitch, fastball, outside. So anyway, I was talking about when I was 15, and so I went to the play because I really, my mom convinced me to support my sister's boyfriend. There's a fly ball. That ball is driven deep to center field, and the center fielder goes to the warning track and hauls that one in. Mars just with a deep fly. So I go to the play, knowing that Nolan Ryan is pitching for the Angels, knowing that any time out he can throw a no-hitter. And after the play, I run out, I ask my dad for the keys. I don't drive. I get in the car. I've got the radio on. My parents get in the car. I'm in the front seat because it's an old-fashioned 1974 Cadillac or something. And Dick Enberg is saying, Ryan with the 2-2 pitch, strike 3. And after 8 innings, Ryan has not allowed a base hit. So I get home, and then I get my tape recorder out and record the rest of the game. Of course, he pitches a no-hitter. I missed the no-hitter. One of Nolan Ryan's seven no-hitters. Incredible. So every time I hear the word Oklahoma, because that's what the play is, and Gio Crow is out on a slow curveball, and Benuelos a 1-2-3 top of the 8th. It's 17-6 after 7.5 innings. go to the bottom of the 8th. Sonny Hurtado still on the mound for the Warriors, facing the catcher Ethan Munoz for the Vakeros. 17-6. Vakeros. Couple big innings by the Vakeros. There's a hard ground ball to the shortstop. That takes a bad hop. Munoz doesn't run well, and still going to gobble that up and throw him out at first base. One out here. One out here. Bottom of the 8th. Brings up Jackson Lyons. He's had himself a great ball game. A single, a homer. Great young player. And be so careful going down those steps. One out here, bottom of the 8th. Hurtado on the hill, the lefty with the pitch. It's in there. The count is 0-1. Okay, bye. Take care. Bye. It's just great to talk to parents, and they were just, there's a little ground ball, like a swinging bunt down third base, and that's going to go foul. The third baseman didn't touch it, watched it go past him, and that had a lot of spin on it, went foul. It's just great to meet people. It's just, you know, I love people, and it's just great to meet players and parents and grandmothers. And we've had games where people have come in, drove 2 hours to watch their grandsons play. And you're only young once, so that's why I tell young people, just keep playing. Don't let a coach take the uniform off you. Go somewhere and play. So back to the Nolan Ryan story here. So, of course, Nolan Ryan pitches a no-hitter that night, and I hate the word Oklahoma. I don't want to ever, and I'm sure there's a lot of lovely people from Oklahoma, but every time I hear anything about Oklahoma, there's a base hit on a line to left field by Jackson Lyons for his third hit of the game. I break out in a cold sweat, get anxious. You know, I'd rather be bit by a possum on the left ankle with 2 pairs of socks on than redo that. But Nolan Ryan had a great career, of course, 324 wins, had 192 non-win quality starts, which means that he pitched at least 6 innings, given up 3 runs or less, and is a swing and a miss, and did not get credit because his team couldn't score. The Angels couldn't score back in the 70s. And then, of course, he signed that huge $1 million contract with the Astros. They didn't score much. I was there at Anaheim Stadium when he was clocked. There's a 0-1 pitch taken for strike 2, where 1974, they handed out these pens, which honored his 2 no-hitters he pitched the previous year. Anyway, he was clocked by Rockwell International with their system and there's a pitch down by the ankle of Alex Dolan, down by the ankle. Hopefully it's not like that possum where it bit my ankle. And that would be equivalent, 100.9 miles an hour he was clocked at. That would be equivalent to the new system, 108 miles an hour. So that's why they say Nolan Ryan was the fastest pitcher ever. Hurtado with the pitch in there. Strike 3. Alex Dolan called out. Alex Dolan says to his coach, that was high.
Center fielder number 6, Daniel Ruiz.
So 2 outs here. Bottom of the 8th brings up Daniel Ruiz. A lot of hard throwers in baseball history. Sandy Koufax, Bob Feller, Walter Johnson was a hard thrower. Bob Gibson, Don Drysdale. A lot of hard throwers. Randy Johnson. Randy Johnson sought out Tom House, who was Nolan Ryan's pitching coach with the Rangers. And Randy Johnson, the big 6'10" lefty, credits Tom House, the pitching coach, with turning his career around. Fastball taken on the outside corner. Count goes 1-1. And Johnson, what all he does, of course, is strike out 4,000. I think 4,000 guys, at least 4,000. And get 300 wins. And there's a curveball hung up and hit to the right fielder, and that's going to be the last out in the bottom of the 8th. Let's go to the top of the 9th. Score 17-6 Glendale. Top of the 9th we go, 17-6 Glendale. Aiden Laureano will lead it off, and there's a deep fly ball to right field. The right fielder will camp underneath it for the first out. So again, we wish all the mothers, grandmothers, prospective mothers, aunts, neighbors, friends, a happy, safe Mother's Day. You know, these coaches work so hard with these players. They start in the summer ball, fall ball. They try to get a starting lineup by middle January, late January, the season begin. And many coaches go over, there's a first pitch strike to the hitter, Jack Namek, and he hits a deep drive, but that's going to be can of corn to center field, 2 outs. So a lot of the coaches, and I used to do this, and this is a principle I live by, is the John Wooden's pyramid of success, and we'll probably end on this with 2 outs. John Wooden, the great UCLA coach, 10 national championships for the Bruins, but he didn't start out successful. 1946, came to UCLA, struggles as a coach, got some good assistants, got good players, and recruited well. And in the 60s, he started, there's a pop-up. But he instituted cooperation, loyalty, friendship, self-control, alertness, initiative, skill. Speaking of skill, Glendale just finished off the El Camino Warriors, and Glendale Vakeros will advance to the sectionals next week. We wish everybody a great day. Let's go over some highlights. We had Max Price with a big game homer, Veramontes with 3 hits and a homer, Daniel Rees 2 hits, Jackson Lyons with 3 hits and a home run. Some good pitching by the Vakeros, held the mighty Warriors down. Coaches shaking hands, wishing them the best. Gatorade bucket over Coach Alex Kokel of Glendale. Players shaking hands. El Camino will gather down the left field line for the last time, and they'll meet in the summer. Many of these young sophomores on both teams might be the last time they'll put a uniform on. Other players will transfer to Division I, Division II, Division II, 3. As I said, keep on playing. Keep on playing. You're young only one time. Have a great time, everybody. Have a great Mother's Day. This is Jim Dowd signing off from Kincaid Field. The final score again, the Glendale Vaqueros 17, the El Camino Warriors 6. So long, everybody.